Hello, everybody. Actually, get the chat open. That'd be helpful. Hello, welcome everyone. We'll give it like a minute or two before we start talking and introducing ourselves. But yeah, welcome everybody that's already here. Let us know in the comments what you're going to be doing during the sprints. Are you reading? What are you reading? Yeah, that is all. Let us know. How was your reading in June? Did you read many like queer books or anything in June?
I actually read so much in June, more than I have any other month this year. I don't know why, because usually like in the summer I don't read as much. Usually like winter is
Really?
when I read more books because I don't have anything going on. Um, I really feel like getting into TikTok kind of helped. Like
Yes, I get
my
so many
reading.
recommendations from TikTok.
Yeah. They're usually like really shorter reads as well that you kind of just like fly through. So I read a load.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think TikTok is what has been the game changer for me for romance.
Hmm.
I feel like Instagram and BookTube, I get loads of recommendations for fantasy and like
Hmm.
contemporary, but TikTok is where I'm been getting my romance recommendations, which has been pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest difference between YouTube and TikTok. Is the type of romance
Yep,
you get recommended.
I agree for sure. Okay, so it looks like we've got some people in the chat. So, shall we introduce ourselves? I can go
Yeah.
first. So, if anyone is new to my channel, I am Lily from Literary Lily. I am mostly a booktuber and I also make occasional autism related content. And I mostly read like romance, fantasy, sci fi. In the sprints today, I'm going to be reading The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet by Becky Chambers.
Oh, yeah.
This is hopefully going to get me out of my reading slump because I'm not in a romance mood at the moment, which has really thrown me. So I'm hoping this is going to get me out of my reading slump. I haven't got a bookmark, but I think I'm like 50 pages in, something like that. I will find a bookmark during the sprints. So looking forward to continuing that. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yes, but I'm so excited that you read next. That is one of my favorite books. So we're
Everyone
gonna
has
have a
been
lot to
messaging me
talk
being like,
about. I love it. My name is Vanessa. I have a YouTube account called Ness, but I've also just recently started a TikTok, which I am enjoying. I didn't think I would, but I am. I'm mostly a fantasy reader. I don't particularly read a lot of contemporary. I've had my YouTube account for I think since 2014, but most of my older videos have been hidden because they're just so cringe. Um,
mood.
so yeah, I'm from the northeast of England. If anyone can't tell, I usually get asked a lot of questions about where the accent is from. It's from Newcastle. So yeah, that's me.
Have you said what you'll be doing in the sprints?
Oh, sorry. Well, I've actually been keeping this a surprise from you because this is
Oh,
inspired by you. I'm going to be
exciting.
starting Fourth Wing
Yes.
because I watched your reading blog, and I was like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to read for the sprints. Even though I picked this up a few days ago, with the intention of starting it when I made like a little TikTok about it, and then I was like, no, this is a perfect opportunity to start reading this on your sprints.
I've had so many people tell me they've now started reading this because of me, and I am so happy about that. Like, so happy. Um, it's not very often that fantasy books grab me like Fourth Wing did, and I
Mhm.
feel like a lot of fantasy books lately have had a lot of hype around them, and then I've tried them and been like, this is okay, but it's not worth the hype. Whereas Fourth Wing was the first time in ages I read a book and been like, this is worth it.
That's why I thought I wanted to try and read it on your sprints because I know that you're like big into like contemporary romance and things. And I thought, well, if you like it, then like it must be good. So what an
Well, the
influencer.
author used to be a contemporary, like she started out as a contemporary
Yeah.
romance author, and this is her first fantasy. And I feel like with the romance, you can tell.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, the fantasy world is not the most original thing you'll ever read, but like at this point, it's kind of hard to be super original in fantasy, so you just kind of go
Yeah,
with it.
yeah, absolutely. And I don't really mind originality. As long as it's fun and I like the
Yeah,
characters, I don't
agreed.
really care.
As long as it doesn't feel like I'm reading a different book, but in a different font, if you know what I mean. Like I don't want to read
Mhm.
Harry Potter, but different font.
Yeah.
I don't mind Magic School as long as it's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not read a book with dragons in for quite a while. I was trying to remember the last time I
Mm,
did, and I can't remember. So
that's a good point, actually. I don't remember the last time I did. But I've not been reading much fantasy lately, so
Mm,
yeah. They seem to have kind of gone out of favour because people are all about the Fae at the moment, and there doesn't tend to be
yeah,
Fae books with dragons.
yeah, that's a really good point. Maybe that's a niche, like little market.
I feel like fantasy romance authors are already doing it. We just don't know about it.
Need some queer ones.
True, true.
Mhm.
I would love
Not
to
enough.
see more of the queer romance characters like be more prominent in Fourth Wing because it's like a queer normative society. So you do have like background characters that are in queer relationships, and I want more. I
Yeah,
want the future books to have them more.
I'm very excited.
Hello, Rebecca. Nice to see you. Hi, Charlie. Hi, Joshua. Um, Picking out and reading The Hunting Party. I have
Oh,
not read this one, but I've heard good things about Lucy Foley books.
I
So I
think
hope
I
you
might have.
enjoy.
I have read one Lucy Foley, but I can't remember which one it was.
The Guest List. That's her other one.
No, it was definitely the hunting party then. Yeah, it was definitely a lot of crime kind of just merges in my brain after a while.
I do kind of agree, especially ones by the same author because they have such similar vibes a lot of the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I think I have the audiobook for this one, but I have to wait to be in a thriller mood, which is not very often. Hi Steph. At some point I'll need to shower, decide what I'm having for lunch tomorrow since I'm working then. Oh, if you need help, let us know what your options are. We can always help you decide. Hi Anik. Anik is gonna just make us all look so slow with their reading prowess in these sprints, but I look forward to it. Going to make a start in Her Radiant Curse by Elizabeth Lim for a buddy read, and My Roommate is a Vampire by Jenna Levine. Is the Elizabeth Lim book a sequel to anything? I feel like I know the author's name, but I don't recognize the title.
Isn't Elizabeth Lim? Oh my God, I've got the cover in my head. It was a Fairy Loot book, I think.
Let me Google her in the background.
Is that not the crane? Oh God, what's
Oh,
it
it's
called?
Spin the Dawn.
Oh, is it? Oh, I have read that, so I'm really embarrassed by that. Like in just books merging in my head.
I did literally just return the sequel to the library, so I should probably also know this. Um,
Have you read the second one?
um, I decided to DNF it.
Oh,
I didn't like Spin the Dawn. Well, I didn't dislike it. I just wanted more. It felt like she tried to do two books in one. And like I
I
wanted
kind of
her to
agree.
either do the making the costumes part or the second part, which I won't say because spoilers. Um, and I felt like both of them were kind of let down and went too fast because she tried to do both in one book.
Yeah. Weren't we supposed to buddy read Spin the Dawn?
Were we?
I think so, a long time
I
ago.
thought you told me you'd already read it.
Did I buy you Spin the Dawn? Oh,
I
when
have a
was it?
gift note from you in it, so you gave it to me as a
Oh,
gift. I
that's
thought you'd already read it.
yeah, yeah, I have read it.
Okay. Oh, it looks. Oh, okay. So the Dragon's Promise, her Radiant Curse looks like it might be a standalone. Jesus, sorry, Maggie is very all over the place right now. um, hello. We just start out driving up to visit family. Oh, nice. What are you reading?
Can you read in the
Uh,
car?
I can. I can do pretty much
Switch hands.
anything. The only thing I can't do is like eat sweet things. Then I'll fall sick.
No, no, I can't read in the car, not even like a sentence. It's a curse.
I'm very fortunate. I'll
Wow.
take like my Switch, books, Kindle.
Wow. I can't even like play a game like on a Steam Deck. I just have to sit and stare at the road.
That must be really boring.
Yep, it's very hard.
I've
I
always
just keep
felt like
thinking
that's
like,
one thing I feel very lucky to be able to do.
yeah. I keep thinking like, imagine the amount of books that I could read if I could read in the car because you spend hours and hours in the car. Like, I'm
Yep.
pretty sure I would have read an extra 100 in my lifetime.
Yeah, well, I used to have like 3 hour drives from uni to home where like my dad would pick me up. And I mean, sometimes we would just listen to the entirety of Hamilton because it was the right length, but other times I would just read a book like cover to cover in the car, and he would always be like, "Why can you do this and no one else in our family can?"
That's a skill to cherish.
I do. I'm not gonna lie, I do. Going to a work party with my partner's company. In the meantime, reading The Rachel Incident by Caroline O'Donoghue and eating chicken nuggets. Good choice. Good choice. We got some excitement for Fourth Wing.
Ooh.
I feel like it just came out of nowhere, Fourth Wing.
Yeah, absolutely. And now I kind of really understand how the whole fairy loop thing went down.
Yeah.
Because obviously they weren't anticipating needing the volume that they needed in the end. Because I was thinking, I was trying to buy it in the sale and I literally clicked the link like after
Mhm.
3 minutes. And I was like, something must have gone wrong with this sale. But then thinking, yeah, this like that statement they put out made so much sense where they were just like, this book was not anticipated to be this big.
Yeah, because it didn't go big as soon as it came out, did it? Because how long has it been out? Let me see. When did it come out? It came out in May. It came out at the beginning of May. Whereas I feel
I
like
mean,
it kind of
someone's
hit it big in June.
the marketing around it was quite quiet as well. So I was just really surprised how it's grown. But I wonder if that's down to TikTok.
Yeah, I've not seen anything from the publisher about it. I've only seen other content creators talk about it. So yeah, I did feel for Fairy Loot when they explained that, and I was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, Maggie, Maggie is making herself known as Peggy Shaw. She'll probably do it a fair bit. It's daytime, so she's kind of awake. And anytime I talk, she thinks I'm talking to her. She does this when I have work meetings. Like I don't do a lot. I'm a software engineer, so I don't have a lot of meetings. So most of the time, I'm like sat quietly with headphones on. So then if I start talking, and she's like, "Mother," and comes running. So
That's so precious.
she's very cute. Right now, she's watching the birds out the window because there's a bird's nest in the tree right next to my window, and the birds in that nest keep flying into our window. So she like is watching, waiting, hoping they do that again.
Oh, I want to cut.
I can recommend. Hopefully one day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I think Ness might find it too slow at the start for the romance, but then something happens like so far in, and you're just hello romance. Yes, but you're more of a fantasy reader, aren't you?
Yes, I am more of a fantasy reader. I quite like all that world building and stuff.
Yes, I feel like you'll enjoy the beginning more than I did because I was like, I wanted the fantasy, but I wasn't used to reading fantasy when I
Mhm.
picked up Fourth Wing. Um, but yeah, it's a bit of a slow starter, but it's so good. So talking about Lucy Foley. Read the guest list, it was really good. She also has the Paris apartment. I've not heard of that one. Okay, lunch choices. Either a ham sandwich, a tuna and cheese sandwich would need to make the tuna mayo, or the rest of the chicken bites I didn't take from yesterday. Leaning towards the chicken bites. I also vote chicken bites.
I mean, this is quite hard for me because I am a vegetarian. But
Are
chicken
you?
bites too. Yeah, yeah, seven
Oh
years.
well.
But I would probably go with chicken bites, but if it's just easiest to like gravitate to.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. For a Sunday, you don't want to be putting a lot of effort in.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't read in the car either, but I love doing audiobooks and just stare out the window. Also a mood.
I've never listened to an audiobook in full.
Really?
Yeah, I can't make things like happen in my head. I have to read it. So,
Oh, that makes sense. I think that
yeah.
makes sense as well because you read more fantasy. I struggle with fantasy audiobooks. Like
Hmm.
trying to picture all of the world building
Yeah.
is
There's a lot of
difficult.
times in when I read fantasy that I reread things over and over again and then like have to like look back further into the book to be like, have I missed something here?
Yeah,
Which obviously when you're listening to an audiobook, you're kind of committed to just hearing everything as it's coming at you and
and no
you know,
maps.
exactly.
Romance audiobooks are my favorite though, because you don't really need to remember what happened 5 pages ago in a romance. You just kind of go with the vibes. So I mostly do listen to romance audiobooks.
So, like, obviously, I've never listened to a romance audiobook. What happens when it comes to like a really spicy scene? What happens to like the narrator? Do they like keep that monotone voice, or do they kind of like get
Depends
into
on
it a
the
bit?
quality of the narrator, because you do get some that stay monotone and it's weird and I don't like
Oh,
that. But most of the time they kind of like it's weird. I don't know how to explain it, but they do like match the tone of the scene most of the time.
oh,
Some of them get more into it than others. Some of them feel the need to do like sound effects that you just don't need. Like they'll start grunting and groaning in it, and I'm not that's not
oh
my
my
vibe.
God. Can you imagine like
When
sat in the office at work, like at your desk, and you're just like hearing this through your headphones?
I don't need to imagine it, I've experienced it.
Oh dear.
Uh, yeah, it's a vibe. Yeah, the best ones I think are the ones that like don't stay monotone but don't go too far into the like voice acting end of it.
You need to recommend me an audiobook that does like goes like that to have that experience.
Oh, I have like one author who she has the same narrator for all of her audiobooks, and he does that. And I prefer listening to hers as audiobooks because hers have a lot of humor in them, and I find the humor comes across better in an audiobook. Especially when you have a good narrator that will like do the inflections and doesn't stay monotone. But yeah, he does get a little bit too grunty for me.
Who's the author?
Oh god, what is her name? I think it's Lucy Lennox. I'll have to check.
Yes, because I want to take notes.
I will my this is my disclaimer that her books are not good. These are like trash romances that you listen to expecting trash romance, but you just want the dopamine hit of romance. Yes, Lucy Lennox.
I'm done with it.
Hi Livy, popping in for some reading before I do some more packing. Let us know what you're reading, Livy. Hello, Tom. This is my boyfriend.
Hello.
He is downstairs with the dogs, hoping that the thunder doesn't start again. I'll most likely be reading Leave the World Behind by Rumaan Alam, but have other audio and physical options in case I fancy something else. I have not heard of that one before. I want to see what it is. Leave the World Behind.
I think I can picture the cover, but I don't know what it's about.
Oh, I have never seen this. It's a compelling literary thriller, according to Waterstones. A political thriller.
Sounds good, actually.
It sounds like I would get overwhelmed, but it does sound like it's good. As soon as I see political, my brain goes, mm-mm.
I actually like it.
My brain literally will just switch off. Even if it's like a political fantasy, I can't. It's why I've never tried The Cruel Prince, because it's like apparently a lot of like political maneuverings is what I've been told, and I was like,
Not really. That's quite, to me, it's quite an easy read. There's other parts in it that are more difficult to read than that, around like bullying and things.
fair. We have gone with chicken bites. I'm glad we could be helpful there. Hello, welcome in. If you're reading anything, let us know. I'm going to edit my thumbnail, then read. What are you reading? Let us know. So I'm reading The Exiled by Sarah Daniels. It's a sequel for I'm reading for a blog tour. Ooh, how's it going? Is it any good? Or Rebecca's offering to lend you a book, Ness.
She's also offering me to stay at her house, which is even more surprising. But yeah, I'm down with
Fair enough, fair enough. Um, my friend told me Leave the World Behind was her worst book this year this morning. Oh no. Well, you never know. Could
I
just be
need to
one
hear
day.
more about the people who've read this book now.
Yeah, let us know. Let us know what you think. Um, Cruel Prince I put off for so long. Enjoyed it. It wasn't too political and was easy to follow. That's interesting. I've heard like really mixed things about Cruel Prince, which is also why I put it off. It seems to be a bit of a Marmitey book.
I would agree.
Did you enjoy it or Not
I did
really.
really enjoy it. Well, I thought it was quite like, oh, this is just really typical until halfway through, and then something happens halfway through, and then I stayed up all night to finish it despite having a really big
Ooh.
meeting at work the next day.
Oh, okay.
So
Because
I
this
really,
is
really
by
enjoyed it.
Holly Black, right?
That's
Because
right, yeah.
didn't she write the Spiderwick Chronicles?
I think so, yeah.
And that's like my favorite book of all time. So maybe I do need to give Cruel Prince a go at some point. I think I have the audiobook.
If you've got it, then I would recommend trying it at least pushing to the halfway point.
Okay. Okay, that's good to know because if I DNF, I tend to DNF within like 100 pages. But if someone tells me like there's a point you need to get to, then I will make the effort to get there.
You'll know it when you get to it.
Hopefully. It's like when I was reading Ace of Spades, the
Mhm.
YA thriller, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, when you get to the plot twist, it'll be amazing." And I spent the whole book waiting for the plot twist, only to find out this big plot twist everyone was like amazed by was the thing I'd predicted from the first page. And so I
Yeah,
wasn't amazed by it, and they were like, "Oh, you'll know when you get to it," and I didn't, and I felt really
I
bad.
didn't really, yeah, I didn't really say that as a plot twist, really. Yeah, but it was
Yeah,
also just an average book for me.
yeah. I think it wasn't bad, but it was not.
Mhm.
I feel like if it hadn't had the marketing hype, it wouldn't have been as
Exactly.
successful. Hello, Ian. Most likely to be reading Things We Do to Our Friends by Heather Darwent, but need to go out and grab some dinner later on. Nice, nice. Be starting Not a Happy Family by Shari Lapina today. Everyone's reading books I've never heard of.
I've read, oh my God, is it The Couple Next Door? Is that Shari Lapina? I haven't read a Shari Lapina book again, but again, crime just merges into
Mm.
one.
Is it like contemporary or thriller or something?
Like a contemporary crime, I think. Shari
Right.
Lapina is.
Not a Happy Family did read as like mystery or cozy crime or something like that to me, or thrillery. Didn't read romance at all.
Hmm.
I love The Cruel Prince. Definitely more political fantasy than romance, which is what it seems to be marketed as, but really good. I have been told that people have been saying to me that like people will tell you about the romance, but the romance isn't actually a big part of The Cruel Prince.
Yeah, definitely. To me, it's I didn't like it in the first book at all, actually.
Interesting.
Don't go in wanting a nice, lovely blossoming romance.
Well, I have heard it's enemies to lovers, which is another reason why I've been putting it off because one of my least favorite romance tropes.
Mhm.
And if anyone else is looking to read it, it is apparently on Kindle Unlimited, at least in the UK, if you are looking.
Oh, that's
Right.
helpful.
Shall we get ready for a sprint? I
Yep.
was thinking of doing I've made a wheel to determine how long we go for sprints. I
Ooh,
can get it to because I never really know what to do. Ooh, I might be a minute because apparently my Mac is having a moment.
we're having all of the technical difficulties today.
Yeah, it's being very strange. I might have to like reshare each time I want to change the tab, but we'll see. We'll see. It's not. It says I'm sharing, but I can very much see that I'm not sharing. Sorry, guys. It will be 1 second.
I'm just having a look at the map. I didn't realize you was in here.
Oh yeah, the Fourth Wing map actually did come in very helpful because they do talk a lot about different places a lot.
That's good. I hate it when you're reading the fantasy and it has a map at the front, but then there's no need to reflect back to it because the world building, it never leaves one place. So you're like, well, what was the point of having a map?
Yeah, yeah, I get you. Yeah, it's always a bit weird when you find one and it's like they have all these places that even like there's like a whole book series and they never even mention the other places on the map. And I'm like, at least say like, oh, XYZ comes from this place so that we know. Okay, will it let me share my screen now? No. Okay, well, I'll do it in the background, and then while we're on our first sprint, I may have to like drop, come back, but it shouldn't. I don't think it ends the sprints if I drop. I think it just leaves you locked in. We'll see. Let's
Yes.
go. So, what the options on the spinny wheel are: a short sprint, which is 20 minutes, a medium sprint for 30 minutes, a long sprint for 40 minutes, and then an extra long sprint for 60 minutes. So, we'll see what we get for our first one. Okay, we have a long sprint, which is 40 minutes. I will put a banner up for now, and then when I'm able to, I will share the screen with the actual timer on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna need
Okay.
snacks soon as well for 40 minutes.
Yeah, fair dues. Okay. Okay, I think I've done the maths right in my head. There we go. Okay, we will see you in 40 minutes. Hello. Would help if that was
Hi.
actually near me. Okay, so how did you do in that sprint?
I actually only read 24 pages, which I'm really surprised by because I actually sat here like 99% of the time and was reading. Um, but I'm actually just reading like every single word and making sure I'm understanding like everything. Because I'm actually really enjoying it. I think it's a really good start. So I'm taking my time and savoring it.
Good, good.
Where are you up to?
Um, I read about 20 pages. I'm at they haven't done anything yet. It's the beginning of and someone did ask what are we reading. So I am reading The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet by Becky Chambers.
I'm reading Fourth Wing. Just started it.
Nice. And so yeah, I'm about 70 pages in, which is about 20 pages in the last sprint. Um, it's a lot of world building. She's definitely taken the approach of not quite info dumping, but she's definitely doing all of the world building at the beginning, or it feels like she is. So it's quite that's why I'm reading quite slowly because I have to really take in what she's saying. Because I just had the bit where they're trying to explain to Rosemary, the main character, how they do the tunnels between two different points in space. Um, and I kind of gathered it because it's not a unique sci-fi concept. A lot of other sci-fi books have done the same thing and have like, similar explanations. So that has helped, but it is it's very dense for me.
It is, and to be honest, the world building throughout the entire book is quite dense. I don't know how it's a really unique book in that there's a lot going on, but nothing going on at the same time. But I find it
Mhm.
like a really cozy fantasy. I've read it 3 times, and every time I read it, I learn something new. Like I take away something new.
Yeah, the reason that I was recommended it originally is because I really like cozy fantasy, like The House in Cerulean Sea, Legends and Lattes. And I was told this is very like cozy sci-fi, and I already owned a copy. I can't remember why I owned a copy. But it's one of those that like I picked up ages ago and then never really picked up again because the back of it makes it sound like the blurb does make it sound quite intense. And then everyone was like, "Oh no, this is like cozy sci-fi," and they're right. Like I'm 70 pages in, and you can already tell it's kind of going to be one of those just following the characters through their days. And I'm liking that, and I think that helps then that with the world building being quite dense, there's not also a lot of action to try and keep up with. I just kind of have to remember who is who, which is helpful.
Yeah, that's definitely Becky Chambers' thing. Becky Chambers is one of my favorite authors. Everything is like that. What's the robot one called? I only read it in December. Monk and oh, it's a novella that I read in December by Becky Chambers about robots. That was also like
Is that
really
like the record of
cozy.
a spaceborne few? Is that one of hers?
No, that's part of that series that you're
Is
reading,
it?
I think.
Okay.
Um, it's called Monk and something. Um,
I did
that yeah,
actually.
that's a
I
bit
was in
cozy.
town today while I was waiting for my car at the garage. And I was only 50 pages in before we started the sprints. And I was like, I already knew that I was gonna love this. I was like, I want book two already because if I finish this today, I'm gonna want to be able to pick up book two. And Waterstones didn't have book two. They only had book four, and I was really sad. So if I do finish this today, I might end up just buying the ebook so I can read it immediately. Because I can tell I'm gonna want to binge this series immediately.
Well, I'm pleased to like it.
It's really good. I made it to page 89. Nice. Well done. Let us know how it's going. Are you enjoying it as much as the other ones? Joy only had 30 minutes left, went off to see the rats, came back forgetting I had this on, and there was 5 seconds left. That is perfect timing. Well done. Also, how are the rats? Let us know. I only managed 14 pages, but also fed my cat, and he demanded lots of cuddles. That's fair. I had 40 pages, things are becoming intriguing, still trying to get my head around the story and the characters. Yeah, that makes sense. Is this like the
It's a lot of
first 40
pages.
pages, or is this are you still early in the book? Is that why you're struggling to get your head around the characters still? But yeah, that is a lot of pages. Page 103, finding it intriguing so far. I read the first 3 chapters. It starts off so intriguing. Nice. I need to read more Elizabeth Lim. I've got, is it Six Crimson Cranes is the other one by her?
That's the
So,
one I was thinking of.
yeah, I need to read that one still. Because I feel like her ideas are really good. And wasn't Spin the Dawn her first book? I think.
I'm not sure. Or was it Six Crimson Cranes we were going to body read together?
Maybe. That sounds familiar.
Mhm.
Look at us go. I have a nightmare forgetting about body reads, to be honest. Not while I'm
Me
buddy
too.
reading, but like that I said I'd buddy read something. I haven't read it
Me
yet,
too.
so we can still buddy read.
We can. We'll be here this time next year talking about the same conversation.
Oh my god, don't. I watched back my first ever what was it? Was it a TBR? I think it was my first ever TBR, and it was like my summer TBR from like 3 years ago now. I haven't read half of those books still. And there's
I
some of them that I'm
really
like, I'm so excited to get to them soon, and they're still
I
there.
really enjoy when people make like reaction videos to TBRs that they've done years ago. And then they're
Mm.
going through them like, yeah, didn't read that. Actually, DNF that, didn't read that. Don't even have that anymore.
I've been thinking about doing one, but I'm just not sure logistically if I would want to do that. But also, like, I think it's just a bit cringe for me to watch myself back like from years ago because I don't mind watching myself back when I'm editing. It feels like a different vibe to watching an edited video from like 3 years ago and seeing like a whole different me. It's weird.
Yeah, once I've edited a video, I can't watch it anymore. Like when I'm editing, I'm just thinking about really like what I'm doing. I'm not looking really and focusing on what I'm saying. I'm not looking at myself. But once
Mm.
that's out there in the world, like that's it. I can't go back.
Yeah, that's understandable. I think I have occasionally because I did have one video, and I think it was a if you like this, read this video that I put out there. And at this point, this was about a year ago, I think it was. And at this point, I wasn't watching back my videos when I'd finished editing them to like proof watch them. And I discovered later on from some comments that I got that I'd accidentally deleted half of one of the sections. So I think I was recommending if you liked Heartstopper, read what's it called? Bloom. I was recommending Bloom, and I'd cut out the first half of that like segment where I was talking about Heartstopper, and so it just started with me talking about Bloom and why I thought it was like Heartstopper, and I hadn't watched it back, and people were like, "What happened there? Like, where did the rest?" And so I had to then go into like the YouTube editor and cut out
Hmm.
that entire bit, and it was so annoying. So now like occasionally, especially if I've been editing a long video, I will watch it back, but I've now started watching back on like 2 times speed because I don't want to actually sit and watch myself.
Yeah, I actually don't watch it back before saying, right, it's done. So I might actually start doing that because that's like so upsetting when you've put so much effort into filming it and then you see the final thing and you've uploaded it. Like once I uploaded a video with no sound, but at least
Oh
all I had to do
no.
was just like re-render it. But it'd be so devastating if you film something and then yeah, that happens.
Especially because like I uploaded it and it was like public and everything. So it's not like I could just quickly
Hmm.
delete it and re-upload. It was like it's done. It's out there now. So that one definitely taught me. And I've had a couple of friends who are like bigger booktubers who have been like, oh yeah, like I find it really irritating when you watch someone's video and you can tell they've not proof watched and you can see there was something they meant to cut out that they haven't cut out, or there's like a bit of dodgy editing that shows they've made a mistake they haven't spotted. And I was like, oh God, that's me.
I mean, who has the time really to like go over it with a fine-tooth comb? When I'm watching a YouTube video, and if sometimes you'll see people repeating something where you think, oh, they were supposed to edit that bit out and
Yeah.
then start it from a little bit further down. I just think, oh, it doesn't really phase me because at the end of the day, it's so time consuming. And it's not like you
I
can do
I
anything
notice
else when
it,
you're
but I don't
editing.
like doesn't put me off.
Same, same. Life's too short.
Yeah. Editing already takes long enough.
I know. Absolutely. That's kind of what's putting me off making more YouTube videos. It's the sitting and the editing because it's not like you can listen to music. You can't read a book. You've got to just sit and listen to yourself talk for 10 hours, repeating the same thing.
See, if I do watch it back, I tend to do it when I'm like doing my makeup or my hair, so that I'm like doing something else that does require concentration. I'm just kind of listening for if there's any kind of sudden jumps or if I repeat myself. Um, I can't just sit and at myself. Like it just feels weird.
Oh, that's what I can't just like listen to talk and do something else. Like even my fairy loot videos, which are only like 12, 13 minutes, the raw footage of that is 40 minutes and there can be like 300 to
Whoa.
400 cuts in there just because I do have like problems of speech. So I'm
Fair.
constantly repeating the same thing and going over things that I've said a word wrong.
Hmm.
So yeah, drives me. It really, really does my head in.
Yeah, I think I'm quite fortunate that I think normally it'll be like 10 minutes that I end up cutting out of a video. So I generally will have like 40 minutes of footage and end up with a video that's like 25 to 30 minutes. But most of what I cut out is I know a lot of people prep this beforehand, but it doesn't work for me to prep beforehand. So whenever I'm talking about a book, I will look it up on Storygraph right before I talk about it to remind myself of the blurb. And I'll probably, if I'm doing like a wrap up, I'll go on Instagram and check my highlight for what my review was on Instagram to make sure I've remembered all of my points. Because if I do that in
Mhm.
advance, I'm not going to remember it anyway. So
Yeah,
that's most of what I have to cut out is just the like 30-second silent stretches of me looking on Storygraph, which is quite easy to cut out.
that's really lucky.
But I do find when I stumble over my words over the years, I've had to learn that if I stumble over my words or if I say something wrong, to like properly pause before I start again. Because a number of times I would stumble over a word and then very quickly correct myself. And then editing me is like, how am I supposed to cut that out? Is the
Yeah.
worst.
Usually I just give up and go right back to the start of what I was saying. So I can just
Yeah, I
take
try
out
to do
that
that.
whole section.
I try to do that now. Yeah.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
so much effort
There
goes
are,
into videos.
I know people don't realize as well, like a 12-minute video can be a lot of work.
Absolutely.
I feel like the ones I like the best though is when you have like a sit down video. A sit down video that's like 40 minutes for me is probably the easiest one for me to edit because a lot of the time I've already thought about what I'm going to say. Whereas like vlogs, the amount of times I have to cut stuff out because I'm like, no, I didn't need to say that. That's too rambly. Like vlogs are a nightmare for me to edit.
That's why I very rarely do them.
I do them more now because I don't often have the energy for sit down videos these days.
I feel that.
In vlogs, I feel like I can just film myself however, whereas when I do a sit down video, I feel like I need to do like hair, makeup, and wear half decent clothing. And whereas when I'm vlogging, it's like hair in a clip, no makeup, sweatshirt, good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, there are 40 rats now. They're doing well. Good. Good to know. Determined to finish either Promise Boys or the Lights graphic novel today. I've barely read this year and I miss it. Oh, that's a shame. But graphic novels are a good way to get back into the swing of reading for sure.
Definitely.
I'm 140 pages in and it's 370 pages, but it feels like one of those where everything clicks together at the end. That makes sense. I do struggle with those books when you don't know that's what's going to happen. I
Yeah.
don't like feeling stupid while I read.
That was me with Gideon the Ninth. I just couldn't. I had to stop and think, right, future me's just gonna have to deal with this later on because I just couldn't get my head around it.
Yeah, I was told when I read Gideon the Ninth, they were like, it's not going to make sense. Just go with it. And I did. And I actually enjoyed it because you just stop caring. I don't know. That's how I felt with like Gideon the Ninth. I stopped caring. I just read it and it was fun.
Yeah. Well, I did get about maybe a third of the way in, and then I just thought in my brain, even for a fantasy reader, I was just kind of like, I don't know what's going on. I'm
Yeah,
gonna go
you
back
don't
to it
until the
when I'm in
end.
it. Yeah, I can't cope with it, unfortunately.
No, I get that. And I found as well, it didn't even at the end of Gideon the Ninth, I didn't really understand what was going on. And then you start reading Harry the Ninth, which is the sequel, and it's even worse for not knowing what's going on. And then things start to come together in the like last 10 pages, maybe. And that's why I'm now like scared of picking up the third book because I don't want to go back to that and feel like everything falls apart again. But we'll see. I do need to pick it up eventually
Do you feel
because I
like
have
you'd
to.
enjoy rereading them more? Like once you've read it in full, then going back to the start and then reading it again, or like knowing more what's going on?
I don't think so now because I don't really remember what happens. So I feel like it would just be reading from the confusion point again. So I don't know if I would enjoy it more or less.
Hmm.
But I feel like I know what I'm getting in for. Whereas I feel like some people pick up Gideon the Ninth and they're expecting it to make sense. And I think that's unfortunate because it doesn't.
Yep,
It's definitely a
absolutely.
Marmite book.
Yeah, the world building is very full on.
Is it or is it non existent?
Well, it's a bit of both for me because you're trying to picture it. There's a lot going on, um, and it gives you like a little hints of what's happening, but in your head you're like, I don't feel like I have enough to
That's what
picture
I
it. But
struggled with the most. Is yeah, I felt like there wasn't really any world building. They just kind of tell you something. You're like, wait, how does that fit in with everything
yeah,
else?
yeah. Well, in my head, what I was imagining was mostly like pulled in from like I'm just making adding things into what I'm sort of pulling from the text.
Hmm.
But it's so different. It's very high fantasy in
Yeah.
that sense, of what it is given to you. I really enjoyed the descriptions of things actually when I was reading it.
Hmm.
It just didn't move
The
along
setting is
enough for
very
me.
clear. That's I think the
Yeah.
setting they're in is very clear, but the world around it is not, which is what I struggled
Hmm.
with because they talk about the world around it a lot. And it's that
Yeah.
weird combination of fantasy and sci-fi where like in my head I wanted it to be one or the other. And it
Hmm.
felt very like fantasy, but then they'd get on a spaceship. And it
Hmm.
did feel very weird. But I enjoyed it. Um I just edited straight through. Like I'd start watching the video, then I'd cut a bit, then go back to the previous clip and check the cut. I do that, but I have found even doing that, like going back after I've made the edit to watch it is smooth. There's been times where I've accidentally deleted something I didn't know I deleted. Like maybe I'd selected something and pressed the delete key, um, thinking I was deleting something else. So that hasn't always been the best approach for me.
This is actually how I edit. So like I'll go back and check, like
Yeah,
I'll cut something out and then go back and see if it's smooth. And then I
yeah,
don't
that's what
actually
I
go
do.
back and watch the full thing.
I think that's from my understanding that's where like most people edit. But then I think a lot of people do still watch it through at the end, but I just don't understand how. I had someone say to me like, "Oh, I always watch my videos through while I make my thumbnail," and that was me thinking like, my thumbnail takes me like 5 minutes. I'm not one of those
Same.
people that spends 45 minutes on a thumbnail.
Same. If I've just spent 6 hours editing straight, I'm not spending more than 5 minutes on Photoshop.
I'm not a graphic designer. I chuck it in Canva, have my pre-saved fonts. Let's go. Like simplicity is key for me. Shall we do another sprint?
Mhm.
Let's see if I can. We can all see the spinny wheel this time, so you don't just have to believe me when I tell you. Okay. So spinny wheel to check the timing. See what we get.
I'm hoping for a long one.
Yeah, I'm kind of feeling a long one, but now we've said that. Oh,
Oh,
nice. I thought it was going
and
to
the
torture us and
longest.
give us 20 minutes. So we're going to have an extra long sprint, which will be 60 minutes.
I definitely
Uh,
need biscuits for this.
in the last sprint, I did go and get snacks, which is why I was only read 20 pages. Although I'm going to be really slow with this one because it's very tiny text on the page in my book and it's very intense. So,
Mhm.
right, let me get the timer ready.
I'm aiming for like 30 to 40 pages now. Head down just for snacks reading.
Nice. Okay, we'll see you in an hour. Hello. Oh, I forgot microphone again. Hello.
Oh no, it's happened again with my headphones.
Oh no.
Right, I'm gonna leave and try again.
Cool, that's fine.
Right, give me 2 seconds.
I will look at some comments while we're waiting for Ness to come back. So Emma, you were shocked by 45 minutes on a thumbnail, and I know of somebody who, I won't name names, but I do know of somebody who spends 3 to 4 hours per thumbnail. Like, they genuinely said, they told me they spent like 3 hours per thumbnail, and that was a standard for them. And looking at their thumbnails, I don't want to sound mean, but I don't understand. Here we go. Ness is back. Can you hear us?
It's still not working through my headphones, so I'm just gonna do this and hope it doesn't echo.
Okay, we'll see.
Oh dear.
I can't hear an echo right now, so.
Oh, that's good. Can you still hear me okay though?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect.
I was just saying, I knew somebody who takes 3 to 4 hours per thumbnail.
What
And
are they
honestly,
doing? Are they drawing the thumbnail from scratch?
I don't know. Like, because I know who it is. I'm not going to say who it is because I feel like it'll put a lot of eyes. But I don't understand. Looking at their thumbnails, I do not understand. But yeah, I think there's a lot of like hand drawing of stuff that doesn't then end up looking hand drawn, if you know what I mean. Like, they make it so perfect, you would assume it's like something else. But yeah,
Wow.
I think that's probably where it comes from. But yeah, I was kind of shook because yeah, for me it's like 15 minutes max.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Emma finished Lights, which is good.
Amazing.
Let us know how it was. Did you like it? How did you get on in that sprint?
Well, I got to page. I actually stopped at the end of the chapter. I got a page.
I am listening. I just need to plug my charger in.
I've read the first 4 chapters now, and yeah, I'm actually like really loving this, and I can see me reading this all day.
That's good.
I can't wait for the romance to start. Like, I'm kind of just like, oh, anticipating it.
I'm not sure if I've got the right charger up. No. Sorry, my MacBook is about to die. I'll be 1 second.
No problem.
There we go. This is why I say that it is a fantasy with a romance, not a fantasy romance, because I think it takes quite a while for the romance to kick in.
Well, I thought I was reading like really young adult, and then I accidentally opened the book on a page as it was like in my hand, and I just saw one word, right? Of the entire page, I saw one word, and I was like, yeah, this is not young adult.
Yeah, I would say for me it was on a par with probably the second book in the Occult of Thorns and Roses series, so Occult of Mist and Fury. So it's not like an all-out, like, loads of sex scenes kind of a book, but when you get to them, they are like a few pages. It's not just they kissed and then it is very much, yeah. So, but it definitely, I agree with you. It does read the lower end of like more like a new adult than adult.
I'm really enjoying it, and like as soon as the dragons like came into it, I was just like, yes, this is the book for me. Like, I'm really enjoying this right now.
Good.
I forgot how much I missed reading a book with dragons.
Yeah, that's true.
Really enjoy it. So yeah.
And I like that it's an adult book with sentient dragons that like can talk, because I find that in kids books you often get talking dragons, but in adult books a lot of the time the dragons are animals rather than like sentient beings. So I really enjoyed having like the adult level of humor and sass of the dragons, which is quite cool. Obviously you've not got to the like talking dragons part yet, but
No, but I'm ready
They're
for it.
good.
I'm so excited. I've just kind of like, I think it's like a first full day there, and yeah, not much has actually happened, but like I'm just anticipating that this is going to be really good. When Rebecca was sort of like saying about like the start of it all, I've actually enjoyed every single page.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. The beginning of it is very fantasy heavy. I think the middle of the book is where you get most of the romance, and like the
Mhm.
beginning and the end are like more fantasy. And I think that was a good balance for that book, which is again what I everyone keeps calling it a romantasy, but I still think it's a fantasy with a strong romance rather than a romantasy because I feel like she actually does a lot of fantasy stuff in this book.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm hoping that this is kind of like the standard of what the Fairy Romantasy subscription is going to be, but I don't think that it will be. But this is kind of what I would want. I even would have wanted this in the Fairy Adult subscription. If it was in there, I would have just lost my mind. But
Yeah, I feel like that this fits the adult more than the romantasy, but I feel like if the romantasy had existed, they would have put it in romantasy.
mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't know what they're going to put in it because I feel like romantasy is A Court of Thorns and Roses, and oh, what's that book that everyone loves, but I didn't like it. I can't remember now. But it was like the fantasy romance. There's like 4 books of the series. Everybody loves it, and I remember the 4th book, everyone got really mad because apparently the final romantic pairing got switched in the 4th book, and everyone was really
you,
angry about
you
it.
mean from Blood and Ash?
That's it
Yes,
from Blood and Ash. I feel like that's going to be more the
I really hope so
romantasy vibe.
because I actually like from Blood and Ash. I don't understand what's going on with the plot or the world building. I can't get my head around any of it. I just kind of enjoy it for like because the rom like that like the spicy smutty element of it is pretty good.
So I think that's what got me. Is in the first book, there's very little of that, and
That's true.
the first book, she like tries to write fantasy and doesn't do it very well.
Yeah,
So I was very like, hmm. But people keep telling me to read the second book because apparently it does get better, but I'm not convinced I will.
it for me the last half of the second book is where the plot begins to fall apart, and I was just sat there like everything I thought I knew about this world, I don't, and I actually don't have a clue what's going on. I've read the third book, and I got even worse.
Oh, interesting.
I can't
Yeah.
tell you anything about who the gods are or what's going on with like the royalty or anything. I don't have a clue.
I think that's what Sarah J. Maas has done well with the A Court of Thorns and Roses series is even though by the time like the first 3 books, I don't think are particularly romantasy. They're more like they have a romance element, but they have a really strong plot. But then even when you get to Court of Silver Flames, where it's very romance focused, by the time you get to that book, there's still like an understandable fantasy plot to it.
Mm-hmm.
And because you've had the previous books of all the world building, it's easy to understand. Whereas like
Mm-hmm.
other times I've tried to read fantasy romance and they don't really like do any world building. You're supposed to just kind of understand because they want to just focus on the romance and I get very lost.
Yeah, it's pretty much just like a contemporary romance, but you've just made them fae instead of
Yeah.
humans.
Yeah, exactly. Um I read like I want to say 50 pages. Trying to do the maths in my head. I think I read 50 pages of oh, I hit myself. The Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. Um so we've got to the bit in the blurb now where they say they get offered this big job that could set them up to live comfortably for a while. Um and so they're like getting ready to do that job now, and that's exciting because I was wondering how long it would take to get there because in the blurb it says about that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm now like just over 100 pages in and got to that point. So I'm really enjoying it. I really like it. The only thing I find frustrating with this book is that instead of doing chapters, she kind of does it by like day by day. So on days where they have more stuff going on, the chapter is like 50 pages.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it's a mental thing for me where I feel like when I have really long chapters, I find it harder to read even if I am gonna read like multiple long chapters. But also it means I keep having to stop mid-chapter for these sprints because I think I still have like another 20 pages to go at least until the end of the chapter that I'm in, and I've already read like 20 pages of it. So that's my only complaint, but at least it's one of those that you can like put down and pick up quite easily.
What do you think of the characters?
I have to Google what they look like, which has been scary because I'm really worried that I'll like Google one of the characters and like the auto complete for Google will be like dies in whatever, you know? Um but I've got like a fan art that is a picture of all of the crew
Mhm,
that is very helpful because I'm struggling with the descriptions of the different species. I think because there's a lot of world building happening at the same time as also being described, like almost every member of the crew in this book is a different species.
mhm,
So it's been tricky, but it's interesting, and I feel like it's quite unique, and you can see that they're not just like a human but green.
mhm,
It's like interesting them having like completely different social norms, and because she skips like between the different perspectives, and so you kind of I think I had a bit from is it Sissix, the like reptilian one.
mhm,
And from like when you're in her perspective, she talks about having to suppress some of her instincts and get used to certain human customs because the ship owner and captain is a human, so it's kind of human customs on this ship. And that's really interesting because it's not just like, oh, we just happen to have all these societies with the same norms and everyone's just
mhm.
different random colors, you know? So I like that.
I think that's my favorite thing about the book is the way that is the characters. It's definitely character driven,
Mhm.
and the way that they are really individual and really unique. Like they're not just 2D
Yeah.
characters; they're really fully fleshed out with like their own religion and cultural norms.
Yes.
And it actually feels like to me one of the most realistic experiences in a book of what I would think it would be like to be in a room with different like with aliens and different species of like aliens.
Yeah,
That's
and
just what I really enjoyed about it.
I don't quite get Ohan yet, the pear thing.
Oh,
Um,
that becomes really well developed. It's actually probably one of my favorite elements of the book.
yeah, I feel like at the beginning of the book, Ohan and their species, um, like just their whole species like thing is not particularly explored at the beginning of the book because Ohan obviously doesn't come out of their like room, I guess.
Mhm,
For like at least we've only like met Ohan for like 5 minutes in the book so far, that they were in for like a couple of pages and then disappeared again. So I'm intrigued to see how that one goes. That's the one I don't get. It took me a while to get my head around Sissix, to be fair, as well, because there's a lot of like alluding to things, and then you like they
mhm,
cycle back to it and like then explain it a bit more. Like at one point, Rosemary, the main character, she's done like a university degree in like interspace relations and stuff, and so she is aware of all these like customs and stereotypes, and at one point she talks about how like Sissix's race is known for like having orgies or something, and then just kind of goes, no, that's a bad stereotype from humans, I shouldn't think that, and then that's it. And I was like,
mhm,
are we gonna talk about where that came from? And then like I've had to a point where like Sissix then talks about it a bit more, and you're like, oh, okay, makes sense. It basically is true. Um, and yeah, it's interesting how she does all those like callbacks to things you've heard before, rather than just like dumping it all at once at you.
Yeah, the characters definitely do get like slowly like developed throughout the book and sort of to give you like new information
Yeah.
about them as you're going through. Um, how far are you about a quarter of the way or a third of the way? About a third.
So I'm at page 110. So yeah, that's about a quarter. Yeah, about a quarter,
Well, I'm looking
basically.
forward to you getting further into it and seeing what your thoughts are.
I What is interesting to me is I know this is a series, And I'm kind of wondering, like, obviously at this point in the book, I have no idea how this becomes a series, and I'm intrigued to see how it will become a series because it almost feels like a story that's going to be wrapped up in one book. So yeah, I'm looking forward to
My
seeing
under
how it ends and then like how it progresses.
my understanding is that it's like an anthology series. That's my understanding
Ooh,
because I've not
okay.
actually read book two, so that every book has focuses on different characters and different storylines. But someone in the chat might be able to correct me if I'm
Interesting.
wrong.
That makes sense. Okay. So I think we've lost Lauren, but the lightning certainly added to the ambience of a tense book. Arrived where they're driving to and got to page 144. That's nice. I fell asleep pretty much the whole time so far on a sleep mood. I've been
Obviously needed
struggling.
it.
Yeah. Don't feel bad for having naps.
Nope.
Hello, Elle. Welcome in. Anique read up to 27% of her Radiant Curse. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Awesome.
Went to town to grab dinner and then managed 30 pages. That's very impressive to do
Very.
both of those things in an hour.
Yep.
Okay. Just joined reading both Babel and Astrid Parker Doesn't Fail. Interesting. That is a very opposite ends of the spectrum combo you got going there.
How are you
Um,
enjoying Babel? I've actually not read it yet. I've not started. Have you read it, Lily?
I DNF'd it.
Do you
I
want to talk about that?
um it's a whole lot of nothing. Is Babel. Is I got I think I read oh god, how much did I read? I want to say I read like 200 pages and like nothing was happening and I just got insanely bored. Um and then I later on I read the plot summary of it and I was like, "Oh, I'm glad I didn't read this because I didn't particularly like any of the characters and I wouldn't have felt invested in any of their I didn't feel like the author gave us any reason to like them."
Have you read The Poppy Wall?
No. I think I might have tried a little bit and then I was like the writing style wasn't for me. And I've been told based on like other books I like and dislike I won't like the Poppy War.
Fair enough.
I need to read Ashton Parker though because I didn't like Delilah Green because I didn't like Delilah, but I really liked the writing style. So I want to try Ashton Parker Doesn't Fail, which is the second book in that like romance trilogy. Because I feel like I'm gonna like that more because Astrid was less annoying than Delilah was for me. Um, Alternating every chapter is quite impressive though. I think I'd want to read like a couple of chapters and get into a book before I'd switch, but that's quite
Oh
impressive.
yeah, I couldn't do that.
I listened to my audiobook Chain of Gold whilst washing up. Is that Cassandra Clare?
I think so. I'm really sorry
Hmm.
if you can hear whistling in the background, by the way. It's my grandpa. He's
No.
got a bit of dementia and he doesn't know he's doing
Oh no, no, can't hear anything. You're fine. Bless
it.
him. Okay, they said I hated the ending from Blood and Ash, and just couldn't continue the series before the ending. I was really enjoying it. Interesting.
The ending was super predictable.
I
Like
don't
like when
remember the ending.
I was reading it and I was just kind of like, oh, shock horror. But I kept going for the characters.
Yeah, I feel like if you're not invested enough and then there's a bad ending, you will just drop a book, won't you? Like it's like you,
Oh, of
you have to have
course.
something to keep you in.
Hmm.
I'm starting to wonder if I DNF'd from Blood and Ash. No, according to Storygraph, I did read it. I don't remember it though. I literally could not tell you anything about it, to be honest.
For me, it was that the whole big twist of who the main love interest actually was, and I was just like, wow, shock horror.
Oh, is that supposed to be a twist?
Didn't see that coming. I think so.
Oh. Okay. Now I know why people are disappointed. Right. Okay. I see now. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I don't think I would have enjoyed Babel if it wasn't for the buddy read I was doing, which helped me to understand the book a little more. Interesting. I do think it's one that if you can discuss it while you're reading it, it does help. It's a very thinky book, but it is also a very long book. I feel like you have to really be in the mood for Babel if you're going to pick it up. Don't pick it up just because you feel like you should.
Yeah, I've been wanting to read it for a while, but I just know I'm not in the right headspace.
Mm-hmm.
There's like a few books like Empire of the Vampire. Just I have it, so I want to read it just to see what it's about, even though I'm not in really interested. I don't enjoy J. Christoph's writing at all, or writing style, and of like the chat around it. And every time I just look at it, I'm like, oh God, I can't even bring myself to touch it.
I've never read a J. Christoph solo. Like I've read Illuminate and the Aurora Rising trilogies. I love those, and it's because like cozy sci-fi and like space operas are my favorite genre. So I like not read Nevernight, and Empire of the Vampire just intimidates me. I think I have two copies of it because I think I pre-ordered it and then it came with a Luma crate or something.
It did,
Um,
yeah.
so that's how I've ended up with two copies, and I still haven't read it. 'Cause, yeah, I think I tried starting it once, and it was like very overwhelming and intimidating. And I actually don't think I'm gonna like it.
Yeah, books like that I think are best to like if you can read with someone to like push through it and then like bounce ideas off and
Yeah.
keep motivated for reading. I really kind of felt like I needed like a buddy read for Priory of the Orange Tree, if I'm honest as well.
Oh,
It's
I
big
DNF'd
books in
that as
general
well.
like that. I actually liked it in the end. Rated 4 stars, I think.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
a buddy read
Maybe
definitely would have helped.
maybe Empire of the Vampires are the potential future buddy read if we're ever in the mood for it at the same time.
Yeah, we'll think about that one in a few years.
Yeah. We'll be like, it's been out for 5 years. The whole series is now released. Should we try?
It really,
Uh,
really annoyed me though that the Illumicrate edition is like the new, it was the paperback.
I remember you pointing that out, and I was like, oh yeah, that's true.
So
Oh yeah,
annoyed.
my Lumicrate's up there. I was like looking for it, and I realized I've got it sprayed edge out.
Mhm.
That's why I can't spot it on the shelves. I'm only reading Babel because I'm a translator. It's not what I normally go for. Um, that's why you're also reading something else. Fair, fair,
Nice.
but also cool. But having like a
Very
book linked to your own job. How are you finding Babel if it's not your usual thing, though? That's what I'm intrigued to hear. Because I know Babel is quite an intense book. um, I got partway through Emperor of the Vampire and then lost steam with it. Now I'm probably going to have to start it again. Oh, that's the worst. That's a chunky book. Is
I
there like a
hate when
particular
you
reason you lost steam with it as well, or is it just you got slumpy?
like when you're reading it like a quite a long series and then you leave it a little bit, you're like, oh, I'm gonna have a break from reading these books like back to back. And then you start reading other things, and then you're like, oh, I'm gonna pick up the next book in that series. And you're like, I can't remember anything that's happened. And you feel like you need to start the series from book one again, get to that point again, and you give up.
This is why I've read all of the Throne of Glass books except Kingdom of Ash 3 times. Because Kingdom of Ash took ages to come out.
Yeah.
And so then when it came out, I was like, I don't remember anything. And also the previous book to that was Tower of Dawn, and I hate Tower of Dawn with such a fiery passion. Um, and so I'd already read all the books once, and I was like, right, I'm gonna have to reread them all so that I can read Kingdom of Ash. So I did start rereading them all. Um, and I was like, I don't want to read Tower of Dawn again because that was awful. I'm gonna just read Kingdom of Ash without rereading Tower of Dawn. Mistake. You need to remember what happened in Tower of Dawn. And then I got frustrated and put off rereading Tower of Dawn for so long, I forgot all the other books. So then I tried rereading them again so I could read Kingdom of Ash. Got to Tower of Dawn, hated reading that again so much, I stopped halfway through, and here we are. That was 2 years ago. I still haven't read
Oh
Kingdom of
dear.
Ash.
Love it.
So probably gonna have to read them for a fourth time. Empire of a Vampire made you slumpy. Okay, fair.
Um,
Yeah, I would. That's why I was a bit worried about this one because it's not super chunky, but like it's chunky enough that I was like, if I'm not really into this, I'll get like halfway through and be like, oh, I've still got half a book left. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I do
I think we're
think you
pretty
need
safe.
to read kind of like a light and quick read after it though, because it is just so dense with information,
Mm.
like a light-hearted contemporary funny novel.
Oh yeah, I'll probably just like binge a romance novel in like the 24 hours after this is what I usually do. Like I don't know how I used to do like just back to back fantasies. Like I used to only read fantasy and sci-fi and I just used to read them back to back and I used to read loads of them. And now I'm like every time I finish a fantasy book, I'm like, okay, I need at least like 3 romance novels before I could pick up another fantasy again.
That's me with crime. I find like crime is a good like palate cleanser.
I need something like really low stakes. Oh, I would never consider. I don't really like crime. I'll read like thrillers and like horror, but I wouldn't consider that. They would be like fantasy where I'd read one and then need some palate
Mhm.
cleanser. I'm too soft. I'm only 50 pages in, so this is Babel. But I think I
Mhm.
will struggle with the most is the fantasy aspect and all its unspoken spoken rules that fantasy readers are very aware of. Um, I wouldn't worry. The fantasy is basically non-existent in Babel. Like it's tiny. It's very much a dark academia book.
What
So
is the fantasy part of Babel? Is it just like there's a bit of magic, like low level magic, or
I'm trying to remember if it's spoilers or not. I don't think it is.
okay?
But there's like basically like translation is like magic. And so you can if you translate something, you can then capture that translation and it can be used almost like a spell.
Right.
But um in Babel itself, you get that explained, and then the magic is very, very, very minimal. Like there's hardly any fantasy. So I wouldn't worry if you're not a fantasy reader. It's not a fantasy. It's a dark academia with a fantasy twist. So you'll be fine. uh, Being dropped in a fantasy world is always kind of confusing. Love the setting so far. Giving me anything academia related and I'm good. Yeah, the setting, I think it starts in like some old man's house, and then you're just in Oxford. Um, and pretty much from my understanding, it's almost identical to real Oxford. There's just like a couple of locations have been moved to make it more convenient for the author. So yeah, it's not even like a fantasy location, so you should be fine. Um, that's me too. I just finished Two Wrongs Make a Right this morning. Oh, I love that book. This is a Chloe Lease romance, and I adore it. I hope you liked it, Charlie. Ah, if you didn't, don't tell me. Do you want to go for another sprint?
Yes, absolutely. I'm dying to pick up full thing again. So I can just see it in my periphery, and I'm like, ah, where's
You're
more?
like, hurry up. Okay, we want the wheel. Okay, this is when it's going to be mean to you and not give you another long sprint.
To be fair, I wasted 10 minutes of the last one because when I went downstairs for biscuits, I found ice cream. Oh, yes.
It heard you say you wanted time with fourth thing and was like, bet. Okay, next sprint is for 60 minutes. I will get the timer ready. Cool. We will see you then. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Can you hear us, Ness?
Yeah,
Cool, good. How did you do in that sprint?
I got a page 97, but that was like maybe like the slowest of the what was going on in the book. It was like a lot of like just talking about like the world a bit more and what was happening. So yeah, it's still
Mm-hmm.
good. So about a fifth, about maybe about a quarter, maybe a quarter into it, which I'm pretty well today.
Nice,
How are
nice.
you doing?
I managed about 40 pages this time. This was definitely like a denser bit of it. I got to the part where they go to the to stock up before they go on their big job, and there's like a lot of backstories for certain characters, and it was a dense bit. So I definitely felt myself getting a little bit overwhelmed. But I really like it still, and it's not one where I'm like, this is a lot, I want to put it down. So that's good. And there's definitely I think it just kind of ebbs and flows where there's certain parts where there's a lot of world building, and then certain parts where it's more about the interactions between the characters. And so I'm really enjoying seeing them interact more, like having the scenes with what is his name? Is it Jenks and Lovey, the AI? And like just seeing the interactions between the characters is really interesting, even though it's all like really small stuff. Um, and there was a really interesting scene with I can't remember what they're called, but the lizard people. There was like a character who's basically it was very clear it was kind of like like a equivalent of like autism. Where this character was like weird and different, and the way they described this character was 100% like autism. Um, and that was really interesting, even though it was kind of a depressing, lonely depiction. But it was interesting seeing how it was like worked into that world. And yeah, no, it's good. It's interesting. Um, but I'm getting quite far in, and sort of wondering how we're going to get all of the all of the story that I'm expecting, and whether or not we're actually going to get all that story.
It's definitely more about the characters than an overarching plot.
Yeah, that's fair. Um, let's see. Ian said, I've read 60 pages. Amazing. Got lost in the story. Can see how it's all going to play out now. Just excited to see it play out. Only 130 pages left. That is pretty good going.
Yeah, that's such impressive speed reading as well.
I think I can normally manage a page a minute, but like the text is so tiny and it's so dense. Like especially if
It
I'm reading
is.
romance, I can read like a page a minute, no problem. But yeah, at the moment, Anik once again putting us all to shame. Read up to
Wow,
53%.
so
Amazing.
impressive. Are you enjoying it?
Oh yeah, that's a good question. Are you still liking it as much as last time? I'd love to have that reading speed, to be honest. I say this every time, but
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
I wonder what it's like compared to Spin the Dawn.
yeah, yeah. I do wonder. Okay, can you not? She's like trying to rub up against the microphone, which will just be a lot of noise. It's really
Oh,
fun. Good. And Ian
excellent.
said, I have short chapters to thank. The most pages in a chapter are 5. I wish.
Wow.
The chapters in my book are so long.
Yeah, they're not that bad actually in fourth wing. I'm on to chapter.
They're like 10 pages, aren't they? They're kind of average.
I'm on chapter 8. So 87 page, chapter 8, about 10 to 12, 13.
That's not bad.
I read the Secret History a few months ago, and nobody told
Hmm.
me that those chapters are like 50 to 60 pages long,
Oh,
even
God.
longer than that. And I was just like reading it, like, when is this going to end?
That's like Casey McQuiston books. Red, White, and Royal Blue. Somebody needs to tell them that you end a chapter when you get to like the end of like a point or a scene where there was no rhyme or reason for where their chapters ended, and their chapters were like 30 pages long. And
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a romance. No romance needs 30-page chapters. I reread it, I think, last year, and I'd forgotten about that, and I was really shocked, and yeah, was not a fan.
Have you ever read The Lives of Lamora?
No, it's on my TBR.
It's like a very dense, probably the densest fantasy that I've ever read. And I read it, I finished it in June actually. And it's split up into like books, which has parts, which has chapters. So it was like chapters within chapters within chapters. And I was just like, what is going on with this read? It was just, it was unloved. I
Yeah,
didn't think it was going to be like that.
I'm a big like short chapters person. The absolute worst is when you read a book with no chapters, but they still have like I think it's criminal to have no chapters, but still have like when they have those like line breaks.
Hmm.
Like that's clearly a chapter. Make it a chapter. Like if you're gonna have a break there, that clearly means it's a new. Because I remember reading Call Me by Your Name, which I think is a terrible book anyway. But like the fact that there's no chapters in it as well just made it so dense reading
Yeah,
because you just
I
never knew when
agree.
to stop.
Yeah,
Pardon?
I just ended up like I read that and I just ended up like skimming over scenes which were just like I couldn't be bothered with. I did not like
Yeah.
that book, but yeah, I completely agree. It's quite obnoxious.
I mean, even if you ignore the fact that it's like predatory age gap, that and it's just creepy how much he obsesses over him. The writing just was
Hmm.
yeah.
I agree.
Um Anika said this might be her best book so far. Ow,
Oh,
can
great.
you not? I'm under attack. Um that's good. Awesome. I've only read Spin the Dawn and then DNF'd. Ow. Unravel the Dusk. So uh I don't have much comparison to be honest.
That's kind of like making me quite hopeful for that book though, that I might actually pick it up. I'll see how Six Crimson Cranes, is it Six Crimson Cranes? 12, 6, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Six
See how that
Crimson Crane,
goes.
which is a duology, I think, which I didn't know. I thought it was a standalone, but she seems to be a fan of duologies.
Yeah, sometimes though a duology could just be one book.
Yeah. I'm trying to think though. Do you I think the only duology I can think of is Strange the Dreamer, and I thought Strange the Dreamer worked really well as a duology because they're definitely it is kind of one long story where they follow on from each other, but it still did need to be like two books. You wouldn't have wanted to read that as a 1,000-page novel.
No, I can't imagine how long in my head. Like I've just bought the second one, so trying to like think about how long that how big it would be. It's not practical.
No. I mean, Priory exists.
True.
But one of my bugbears of Priory as well is that Samantha Shannon openly says, "Oh, it's like 3 books in a trench coat," and so I'm like, "So it's 3 books? Why did we not publish this as a trilogy then?" Oh,
I don't mind it. Saves money.
true, but it does become like impossible to read.
Impossible to hold and to sit comfortably and read.
Yeah, I really struggled. I think I read it in the summer as well when you're trying to read outside. Whereas I find when I'm reading in the winter, it's a lot easier to like bundle up a blanket on your lap and hold like heavier books open.
Yeah, true.
Yes. Anyone else in the chat has done anything this sprint? Feel free to update us. Let us know how you're doing. Um, Elle said it got to chapter 4. I can now see why you said it's a whole lot of nothing. So far, I'm waiting for the story to pick up pace. I give it 100 more pages. This is
Mm.
Babel. Um, if you're looking for pace, this is not the book. The plot is all, from my understanding, the plot is all in the last like 100 pages, and it's like a 500-page book. So, tis not a pacey book. But hopefully, you'll get into it a bit more because I feel like chapter 4 that's not super far in for Babel. So I think you either will get into it by like 100 pages or you won't, to be honest.
How often do you DNF books? Are you quite a prolific like DNF if you're kind of like very strict with yourself about giving a book 100 pages, or do you
I
like
didn't
more than try to push
used to
through?
be. I used to always want to push through because there's been a couple of times where I haven't been enjoying the book for the first half, and then I get to the second half, and I'm like, oh, this is amazing. I'm so glad I didn't stop reading. But now, like, I have so many books. I'm a lot stricter now, and the biggest thing for me is if I'm actively avoiding reading, because I think that's what was happening with Babel. As Babel was kind of the beginning of me DNFing books more strictly because I really wanted to keep reading Babel because I was like convinced it was going to get better because people told me it was amazing. And I got like halfway through and it was still not for me. Um, and I just wasn't reading. Like I spent a week where I just like hardly read anything because I just never wanted to read because I didn't want to go back to that book. So that's like my biggest tell is if I'm like avoiding reading it, that's a big sign that I need to stop. But generally, I try to say like I'll give it 100 pages most books. I'll say like if I'm still feeling like I don't want to read this by page 100, then I'm probably not gonna get into it. But it does
Yeah,
depend on the book for sure.
yeah, I'm a bit like that. I was just about to DNF Get a Life Chloe Brown, but I just was like,
So
I want to give it one more chapter and then I'm pleased. Like I really push through. Um,
mhm.
yeah.
Did you enjoy it in the end, or did you DNF?
I'm still reading it. I'm about halfway through, but I am enjoying it. It's just not the type of thing that I usually enjoy, um, like that contemporary side of it.
Yeah.
But it's not what I expected. I didn't actually expect it to be so. I don't know. I don't even know if I can say the word on YouTube.
I think the thing with that trilogy is that it gets better with each book, in my opinion. So like Chloe Brown is not the best of the trilogy. The best one for me was Eve Brown, and Danny Brown is also really good. Um, so yeah, you kind of have to if you want to read all three of them, then you kind of have to power through. But I know a lot of people do end up DNFing Chloe and then going straight to Danny and still enjoying it. That one's
That's
definitely
been,
a slow starter.
yeah. Well, the first one was in the works, but book two and three don't seem to be in the works. But I think I'd pick them up if they were there. Maybe like not a full price though.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I get that. Um, I'll see that. I'm bad at DNFing books, but I can always start. I think Babel is a good place to start because it's a chunky book. Like that's a good place to start with like judging whether you should DNF books. I find it a lot harder to DNF short books, especially if like 100 pages is almost halfway, because then I'm like, uh, I don't know. I feel like I should just keep going.
I also consider how much I've spent on the book as well, because I'm just like, this is such
Mm,
a waste if you've spent like, I don't know. Well, Fourth Wing is the most expensive book I've bought, like from Waterstones. But if I've spent like 12, 13 pound on a book, I just think I need more from it than just that.
that's fair. I often think of resale value as well. When I wasn't
Mhm.
enjoying Babel, I was like, well, people will buy Babel from me, so I can DNF it and get my money back very easily. So I actually tend to be more motivated if it's an in-demand book to DNF because then I'm like, at least I know I can get this off my hands and get my money back. Because I agree, like when you DNF like a hardback and it's not a hardback, people particularly will like buy secondhand. You're like, damn it.
Yeah, but I always start every hardback by like handling it so carefully and making sure like I'm barely touching it, I'm not getting it dirty. But I was doing it with this one until about 50 pages in, and then I just kind of just went like, no, it's gonna be fine.
That's fair. I think I'm generally like careful-ish, but I've got to the point where I've accepted that stuff is gonna happen and the books are gonna get damaged.
Yeah, I only try and like just in case I want to resell them on, then it's easier to like resell a book that's in nearly new
Yeah,
condition.
yeah,
Um,
totally.
but yeah, I always recommend Vinted to get rid of books you don't want.
Yeah, I've been on Vinted. I've sold like 3 books on Vinted so far. I really like Vinted because I feel like the pricing system is so much better than Depop's was
God,
because
yeah.
you just put in how much money you want and you get the money. They just sort out the fees separately. So as a seller, I much prefer Vinted.
Yeah, absolutely. I definitely need to like get on Vinted more to make some more space on my
Yeah,
shelves
that's what
because
I've
I've
been
only
doing.
figured so you can. kind of same shelves in the background here. I've just got like boxes upon boxes of books, like just piles on the top as well. I've got like a row of books here and then
Mm.
books of boxes here.
I mean, every piece of furniture in my bedroom is stuffed full of books at this point, which is why I'm getting very like intense about my DNFing because I need to
Hmm.
get rid of books. So if I'm not loving it, it just needs to go. Because I think
Yeah,
even
that
when I do finish a book cover to cover now, I would say I only keep at most like a quarter of the books that I read. If
mhm.
it's not like a 5-star new favorite or a special edition or something like that, then I will get rid of it because I just don't have the space.
Same. I'll always keep a sequel if I'm planning on continuing with the sequel.
Yeah.
Just because I know if I leave it too long, I'll have to go back and read it again. But yeah, typically like special editions, books where I'm like 5 stars. If I part with it, would I be upset? Probably. And a
Mhm.
series. Otherwise, the rest I just sort of give away at work.
Yeah, I even got rid of like I did a big purge a few weeks ago and I got rid of like some old 5-star reads from like 5 years ago that I was like, yeah, these are 5-star reads, but they no longer I don't like look at them on my shelf and go like, oh yeah, that book. So I'm like, someone else will enjoy this book, so we'll pass that on. But I do still have some like old ones on that.
Well, I
Um,
realized a few weeks ago that I got rid of Twilight, like that whole series. I must have got rid of them about 6 years
really?
ago, and now I'm devastated.
We still have ours. They're like really old and falling apart because they've been read by like me, my mum, my sister. I think all of us have read them more than once. So ours they're on my bookshelves and they're very much falling apart.
And the Hunger Games, I got rid of the Hunger Games, so I don't know what was going through my head that week, 'cause I'm sure I got rid of
We got rid of the Hunger
everybody.
Games. I think when the Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes, whatever that one is, when that was announced, my sister was like, "Oh, I need to reread the Hunger Games. Can you find it on your shelves and like I can borrow it?" And I was like, "I thought you had the Hunger Games." And we don't know who got rid of them, but at some point someone got rid of our copies of the Hunger Games, and we're all like, "Damn it."
I had like the original cover of the Hunger Games of the first book, which was like had a cartoon Katniss on it as well.
Oh, I
Um,
didn't know that.
yeah, I got it when it first came out in Waterstones. I didn't have a clue what it was. I think that must have been about, I don't know, like 13 years ago, 14 years ago.
That's a
Um,
flex.
that makes me feel so old.
My biggest bookish flex is my copy of A Court of Mist and Fury is the original UK paperback and it is signed because when A Court of Mist and Fury came out, Sarah J. Maas was not a big author. She didn't like become really, really big until after Wings and Ruin, and even then she wasn't as big as she is now. And I didn't even pre-order that. I was going to a book club at the time as a teenager, and one of the other girls at the book club recommended A Court of Thorns and Roses. So I read it, and she was like, "Oh, the new book comes out next week." And so the following month, so like 3 weeks after the book had come out, I was waiting in the bookstore for the book club to start, and they had signed copies just on the pyramids tables in Waterstones, and I picked one up. And
I have
I'm
a,
shocked that ever was a thing for Sarah J. Maas because now, like, obviously the pre-orders for signed copies go like hotcakes. But yeah, back in the day, you could just pick them up.
I have an aftermath that's got it. It's not signed. It's got a like a book plate, signed book plate in it.
Yeah, that's
Um,
that's what mine is. Signed book plate.
yeah. But oh, I'd rather have I'd rather sorry, I've got Akatar, not Akamath. I'd rather have Akamath than Akatar. But yeah, when that first came out, I went into Waterstones in the Meta Centre actually, and it was on the stand when you first walked in, and we picked it up because it was signed. Didn't actually know what it was or what it was about, and then I took it on holiday and I absolutely hated it, rated it 1 stars. Then didn't read A Court of Mist and Fury for about 5 or 6 years because I just thought it was just the most rubbish thing I've ever
Ah.
read. I'm surprised I didn't get rid of it actually, but I'm pleased I didn't, even though it doesn't have like that much of a resale value.
Although they
Not
do
like
have more
Akamath.
resale value now because they have the original covers. People are like going mad for the original covers now because the new covers are a choice.
Yeah.
Has anyone read Happy Place by Emily Henry? If you have in the chat, please speak now because I don't think either of us have.
No, I've never read anything by Emily Henry.
I've read two. I've read People We Met on Vacation and Beach Read. I think I gave both of them 3 stars. I'm not an Emily Henry person. I don't find her characters very likable. But I think Beach Read was better than People We Meet on Vacation. But I've heard Happy Place. People are saying that's like her best one so far. Anique says, I loved it. One of my favourite romances of the year so far. Pretty
Oh,
solid because
nice.
Anique does read a lot of romances. Do we want to do like one short sprint before we
Hmm.
go?
Yep, happy with that.
Cool. Right, I won't do spinny wheel. Do you want 20 or 30 minutes?
I'm not bothered either way because as soon as this finishes, I'll just be going and read.
Let's do 30 and then we can have a little chat and then I'll go and make dinner.
Great.
Oh, and just before we
Perfect.
do, I have read Happy Place. It came out as a 4 star. So
Nice.
there we go.
Cute.
Get the right window. Cool. We'll be back in 30 minutes. This will be the last sprint today. Hello, we are back. Um, I can go first this time while you get yourself set up. I think I read 20 pages, but I can't remember where I started. I had some very interesting scenes happening, which I can't talk about because spoilers. But yeah, it was a very interesting moment. Seeing Rosemary get to negotiate. If that tells you where I got to. I'm like almost halfway through now. It's kind of funny. I thought I'd get so much further through than I did today, but it is just slow going trying to process everything. How did you do?
I read 21 pages, so I'm now on page 119. They're just about to start the gauntlet challenge.
The witch challenge?
The gauntlet one where I haven't like climbed this obstacle course.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's where I'm up to. But I read a lot more than I thought I would today. My only criticism of this book is I feel like I just want like more description of what's going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I
Like
agree. She
for
just
some
it's a bit
instances
too
that
fast paced.
yeah, it could have been done with being slowed down in paragraphs about like where they are. Like I don't even know if what room she's in. Sometimes I'm just like, where are you? Like in my head, I'm just like, just got these characters talking.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think it's with it being her first fantasy book, it doesn't surprise me, and I feel like this is going to be one of those series where it does improve as it
Mm-hmm.
progresses, as she gets more into the fantasy side of things.
Fingers crossed.
Because I
Yeah.
think my biggest gripe when I was reading Fourth Wing was it has a tendency to um, have a dramatic moment at the end of a chapter, and you think the next chapter will pick up from there, but it doesn't. It like time jumps, and you don't get to see the end of that dramatic scene.
Hmm.
So yeah, I remember that being a bit frustrating, but it's still a really good read.
Yeah. I just think this could have. I very rarely have that criticism of fantasy where I think it
Hmm.
could just be more slowed down, have more description.
Yeah,
Um, like a lot of these people that I mentioned, we've never had descriptions of them other than what their hair color is.
yes, that's very common in this book. Um, in some ways it's kind of nice because there's no like everybody is white or everybody is thin, but at the same time everybody is kind of an amorphous blob with blonde hair.
Definitely. But I am really enjoying it and it's a nice break from other fantasy as well.
Yeah, I felt it was very reminiscent of Divergent.
Yes, it is. When I was reading it as well, I was thinking like this it's got so many little elements in of some of like my favorite books as well. So it makes me think of An Ember in the Ashes with like this whole
Not read
war
that one.
college thing. Amazing. One of my favorite books of all time. The Poppy War also is set like at the start in a war college.
Hmm.
Um, so it's got like that element to it as well. There was another thing that it came to mind as well, but I can't remember what it is now, but I just kept picking up little bits where I was like, this is so similar to what I've read prior, but it's like all my favorite books like that it
Yeah,
makes me think of, so I like it.
yeah, you can definitely tell that she's like read a lot of fantasy and
Mhm.
loved a lot of fantasy and taken a lot of inspiration. I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Elle said, I read a couple more chapters of Astrid. I think I enjoy these kind of books on audio more, so that's what I'm doing from now on. Also thinking about what to pick up next instead of Babel. Does this
Oh dear.
mean you've decided to DNF Babel already, or are you still keeping on with it? Um, thoughts on Riley Sager? I gave his last two books 2 stars, but can't stop picking them up. I
I
am not
don't have any.
familiar. I'm googling to see if I recognize the books when I see them.
I think one of them is black with orange writing on, if I remember. That's the person I'm thinking of. So like
Oh,
thrillers.
Survive the Night. That's
Yes, that's what I'm
blackish with
thinking of.
orange. I've not seen. Are they thrillers?
I thought they were thrillers, but I might be wrong.
I would say if you've rated 2 stars, this might be time to call it quits and just say it's not an author for you. I wouldn't be keeping on with it, to be honest.
Do you rate 2 stars as a rating that you don't like you haven't liked the book if you've rated it 2 stars, or is 2 stars just okay?
Um, my rankings kind of like 1 star is kind of like this is terrible. What the hell did I just read? 2 stars is this had like potential, but it is bad. And for me, like a 2 star read would be something where I'm kind of like, if this had more editing, it would be
Hmm.
better. 3 stars is I didn't really like it. I get very annoyed when people say like 3 stars is still a good rating. I'm like, for you. For me, a 3 star means I didn't like it, but I don't think it's like terrible.
Hmm.
Or it was just okay. Um, and then 4 stars is like this was really good, but it was missing something. And then 5 stars was like I loved it. And like sometimes for me, 5 stars isn't even like a this is a perfect book. It just gave me the 5 star feeling. What
Yeah,
about
I'm
you?
pretty much, yeah, that's the same for me. Yeah, 2 stars for me isn't necessarily a book that I think is. So sometimes I'll give them 2 stars if I've not enjoyed it, but it's not a bad book. It's like there's nothing in it that I find like horrifically offensive or terrible. Um, but I'll also rate books 3 stars if I've just not if I don't think it's good for me, but I think it might be good for other people. Like if it's well written, I'll still be like, oh, this author deserves some credit for it being well written. I'm very stingy with 5 stars, if I'm honest. I very rarely give books 5 stars. Um, I think I've probably only given 15 books 5 stars out of everything I've ever read.
Wow. I am a lot more generous with 5 stars for sure. I think that's why for me, 3 stars is a bad rating, is because I'm not stingy with 5 stars. Um,
Mhm.
but I think as well, like a 3 star rating, sometimes I do enjoy them. I just think like I give a lot of romances 3 stars where I feel like I had a good time reading this, but if I look at it objectively, this is a toxic relationship. um, but I think often for me, I find it difficult if I don't like a book, then I think the book is bad. And so in my head, I'm like, if I've given it less than 4 stars, I think it's a bad book. And if someone else gives it 5 stars, they think it's a good book. And I feel like whether a book is good or bad is what's the right word? Subjective.
Absolutely.
I think some people will say like whether a book is good or bad is objective. It's about whether or not you enjoyed it. But for me, if I didn't enjoy it, it's not a good book for me.
Yeah. Yeah. But I just can't write for any, like, I have no skill in writing whatsoever. So if someone writes a good book, but I still haven't enjoyed it, I still feel kind of like, oh, I want to give you some credit for that because I couldn't do that and that's a skill. Um, but yeah, it's interesting. I mean, star ratings for me change across genres as well. Um, like a good crime in comparison to like an average or not so good fantasy,
Mhm.
they're not on the same level to me. Like it's so much, I don't
Yeah.
know. To me, it's so much easier to write a good crime than it is a good fantasy. So kind of in my head, I star them a bit differently as well.
I think yeah, for me it also changes over time. At first I feel like I gave a lot of romances 5 stars, but now that I've read a lot more romance books,
Mhm.
it takes a lot to impress me enough to get more than 3 these days. Whereas with fantasy I'm much more likely to rate them like 4 stars, and I think it's hard for fantasy to get 5 from me. It's usually something cozy, like cozy fantasy, cozy sci-fi, or like a really cozy romance that will get 5 stars from me.
I do go back and change my ratings over time as well. I did that recently with I think it was the marked books. I'd realized that I'd actually given them like a 4 star rating when I was like 13. So I went back and was like, no, these are trash. I need them out. These are a 1 star. And like, nobody doing this. Not, I don't want anyone looking at my Goodreads thinking that I actually like stand by this thought that I had when I was 13. So I will like go back and like, review my Goodreads every now and again.
Yeah, I don't use Goodreads anymore, so I don't really pay attention to it. But if I know, I don't generally go back and change a rating that I gave if I believed in that rating at the time. But I do go back and change it if I felt pressure to give a different rating. Like when I first read Children of Blood and Bone. Is that what it's called? I think that's the one I'm thinking of. Let me just double check. Yeah, Children of Blood and Bone, by Tomi Adeyemi. When that first came out, I felt like there was a bit of a pressure around that book to give it 5 stars, and if people didn't give it 5 stars, people would kick off. And there were certain parts of like book Twitter that basically would call people like racist if you didn't like the book. So I gave it 5 stars, even though I knew in my head it was a 3 star. And so like recently I went back and was like, no, sorry, this is a 3 star. I've read so much better books, and thankfully, like the discourse on Twitter has calmed way down
I
because
actually
yeah, that was
remember all of
intense.
that. I remember that Twitter discourse around that book. Yeah, well timed. But
Yeah,
yeah, and Marked was I had to change my views on that because like teenage me did not see the problem with having an intimate relationship with your teacher. Adult me was like, oh my
I don't
God,
even know what
no,
books you're
that's
talking
not
about,
okay.
but yeah, I'm glad I
Oh
didn't read
God,
it.
they're awful. They're so toxic. Oh, they need to be removed from publication, in my opinion. They're so bad. Yeah, like a student has a relationship with a teacher, and it's like a fantasy
Amazing.
from around the time of when Twilight came out. So sometimes I admit that I'm wrong.
Ian was agreeing with you, saying the more description would have been nice in Fourth Wing. Definitely a
Mhm.
common complaint, I think. So we managed 30 pages in that sprint and total 165. That's amazing.
Wow.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you.
So I think I might pick up The Only One Left if anyone has read it. I would like to know what they thought. Home Before Dark was the only one I actually enjoyed. So this is the Riley Sager books. I have not heard of these, so I cannot help you. I'm sorry. Read 40 pages. Amazing.
Good work.
Managed 86 pages in total. That is really, really good going for one day.
Yeah, very impressive.
So about Babel, I'm going to sleep on it and decide tomorrow, but I like to be prepared. That's fair.
It's always good to
Um,
put a book down and then really reflect on whether you are enjoying it or not.
I with Legends and Lattes, I put that one down um, when I first started reading it because I wasn't enjoying it, and then I read it last month, and it's now probably going to be one of my best books of the year. So sometimes you do just need to like put it down and come back
Mhm.
to it when you're more in a headspace.
Yeah, that's happened to me before.
The thing about the Riley Sager books is that I go through them really quickly, and I'm always hopeful, so I don't mind. Fair. Um, if you've watched and liked the Netflix TV show The Haunting of Hill House, you'll like Home Before Dark.
Oh,
Okay.
a good
I think I watched
recommendation.
like one episode of that and never finished it, but I think I
Oh,
liked it.
no, one of those episodes is a masterpiece. Like later on in the season, in the season, it's honestly some of the best TV I've ever watched.
Interesting. I definitely need to watch it, but I think I started watching it. I think it came out when I was still at uni. And so I started watching it like in the evenings when I was alone. Um, and it just was not the vibe. I really like horror, but I have to watch it during the day in daylight or it will freak me out.
What about The Haunting of Bly Manor? Have you seen that?
No, because I thought that you have to. I was told you have to watch one of them before the other
I think
or
they're an
something.
anthology series. That's an anthology series as well. I don't think they're connected in any way, but it's sapphic. So I've always meant to watch it, but I don't think I'm strong enough to get my heart broken by a sapphic horror.
Yeah, another kill your gaze, probably. I'm guessing.
Seems like it.
So for me, 1 star is I hated it. 2, it was okay. 3, I liked it fine. 4, it was really good. 5, amazing new favorite. Yeah,
Do you use
that's.
like half stars as well? Do you use Storygraph?
I didn't use half stars until I started using Storygraph, and I think it's very very rare for me to use half stars because for me most of the time I'm quite black and white. It's either a 4 star or a 5 star. But there's been a couple of times where like I've really wanted to give something 5 stars, but I can see a glaringly obvious like thing that means it shouldn't get 5 stars, and I've given it like 4.5. But no, it's pretty rare for me.
I use it quite a lot now, because I've only used Goodreads to actually record the books that I've actually read, so I don't forget. So it makes it easier to like go back and like film and stuff.
Mhm.
Um, so for me, I don't feel like five is like enough of a spectrum for me to think about how I've enjoyed a book. But So yeah, I use quite a lot of halves. 3.5 is probably my most common rating for a book.
I think I don't know, I can't remember what my average rating is on Storygraph right now, but it's quite interesting because my average rating on Storygraph is lower than my average rating on my tracker spreadsheet that I use. Because on my tracker spreadsheet I don't have half stars. Um and so I tend to round up. So if I find my stats on Storygraph, where does it show you your average rating? It says it's somewhere in here. Pretty sure I saw it somewhere. Oh yeah, my average rating on Storygraph is 3.72. And then what is it on my reading spreadsheet? 3.8. So it's like a little bit lower on Storygraph because of the half stars.
Do you give star ratings to books that you DNF? Because I don't.
Depends on how much I read. If I've read enough that I feel like I can pass judgment on the book as a whole, yes. Or if there's something like if I DNF'd because it was an incredibly problematic book, like
Mhm.
The Hating Game, yes. If it's just a book that it wasn't for me and I only read like 100 pages of 500, then no.
Yeah, I feel like if I gave ratings to books I've DNF, my average would be way lower. But I typically don't unless, like you say, it's like if I want to say something about the book because I've
Yeah,
stopped reading it because there's something in it which is bad or I found offensive or
yeah.
which I think other people need to know about, then I would attach that rating to it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of those like if I feel like people need to know something, then I
Yeah.
tend to do it. But yeah, I think most of my DNFs I haven't rated. And I'm not sure, but I don't know if Storygraph includes those in the average. It doesn't say anywhere. But yeah, I don't my average on my spreadsheet doesn't include um my DNF ratings anyway. Right. I am gonna have to head off in a minute. But thank you everybody for joining us for the sprints today. It's been really good, and I have actually read so much of my book. I think I read 100 and 110 pages, which is pretty good going. I thought I'd read way more, but this book is it takes
That's
time.
exactly. I've just literally read 180, and so we're so close with what we've actually read. But your horse has way more words on page, like per page than me, so that's really impressive. But thank you so much
Thank
for having
you.
me today. Thank you for thinking about me for joining with these sprints today. Really enjoyed
Yeah,
it.
it's been really fun. Thank you for joining me.
Yes,
And
it
thank
has
you
been fun.
everybody who's been in chatting to us. I hope you
Yes.
guys have a wonderful rest of your day wherever you are.
Yes, thank you so
Bye.
much.